Hey guys, welcome to another voiceover. My name is Sakimi, and for this voiceover, I'm going to be showing you guys basically what I learned from Clip Studio. And the more I use it, the more I like it because there's just so much function built into this program to help artists, and I'm just amazed. And also, there's a lot of like custom brushes that other artists make that I've been kind of trying out actually. So yeah, excited to show you guys what I learned. So yeah, this piece is my attempt at a casual futa series. Um, since I've been doing comics, I haven't been doing enough futa for my futa lovers, so this is gonna be like a separate little thing for them. And I picked two of the characters I actually wanted to paint together for a while now. It was Akali, Jet, and Kiriko, because they have very similar aesthetic and they're from three like online competitive game. So yeah, that was the idea. So I'm putting Jet and Kiriko together, and as you can see, I got my super rough sketch here, and I'm just lining for now, but I decided to finish lining Jet to speed things up, and then I'm just gonna line Kiriko. So for lining, I've been basically lining each part of the character in separate layers, like let's say for the hair, accessory, face, body, etc. I do this only because sometimes after I start adding color, sometimes I don't like the proportion maybe, and I tend to move the head around at least. So it's good to have that at least on a separate layer. With that said, let's get to it. So this is my Kiriko sketch. So the idea is that Jet is more of a skinny type, and I guess I wanted to contrast that with Kiriko being a bit more thick. So that is why she is definitely a little bigger in several areas. And typically lining, I prefer to use mapping pen, but there are several other pens that I have yet to try. So far, I tried this, and this is probably my favorite because it has really good pen pressure. I haven't tried marker yet. Yeah, there's a lot of brushes that I have not touched yet. So I can only share what I tried so far. Uh, but yeah, I really like this program because it has a function, or I guess it's like a shortcut where it's the button C. So basically, I don't know if it's like a universal built into the program for everybody, but when you press C, it basically is like the erase tool. So you can kind of erase it. So I find that function really useful. But anyways, let's get started with cuticle. Typically, I like to do the hair first. And I'm just going to pull out some cuticle references. I have probably like this. Let's put out my second screen there. Also, another cool thing about this program is if you have two monitors, you can create like a secondary same canvas like this and drag it onto your secondary monitor. I have three monitors, so I could probably have three previews. So the cool thing is you can actually flip each of these independently. So on my second monitor, you'll see that I flipped the image. So that way when you're painting or lining, you can kind of you can look over there and see like the flipped version of what you're working on. So that might be helpful because usually you would want to flip every once in a while. But if you have a preview that's already flipped and you can just kind of look back and forth, I think that's pretty convenient. Alright, let's get lining. I try my best to line it in a slightly detailed way. Uh, Although sometimes my lines are still a little bit messy, but it's it's not that bad since the pen pressure is so good. It kind of makes the squiggly lines look better. So compared to when I was lining Photoshop, my squiggly lines really stood out as squiggly lines. Um, with this, you have to try really hard for the lines to look squiggly. Although the lines still look messy if, you know, you're kind of like me and you don't exactly have a very uh, clean way of lining. Like I'm adding lots of small little details and you can see separations in the line art and such. Let's call this hair. So we will just slowly work on that ponytail. I think that should be good. Oh, created. I don't know what that layer is, but let's go ahead and make a regular one. The next thing I line is usually the face. So the face will have its own layer. Let's go ahead and try our best to do a nice ear. And then after that, we'll try to clean up the lines. And again, I have no idea how to add on to the selection, so I do it bit by bit. I will have to look it up somehow. Face done. Okay, next, let's do the mask. Flip. Have a look here. I might move her face around a little bit. Might be a little top heavy, but that's okay. We can make some changes after. I'll use a slightly bigger brush for the mask. So I will do the ears first. Look at my secondary screen. Okay, flip again, just making sure that, you know, everything is even. I think this side needs to be slightly higher. So I'll just use the transformation function. I think one thing that's lacking is the transformation function compared to Photoshop. It is quite limited. Um, yeah, it does have everything else. It does have a lot of other stuff that's good though. So it's not that bad. It's not a bad exchange. I would probably choose this program actually. It's just it makes everything fast. It's convenient, let's just say, very convenient. Photoshop is a program that's pretty universal, I would say. Clip Studio is very artist orientated. So I'm very impressed with the fact that they're always trying to like innovate with that and try to make it super useful for artists. Okay, I tilted the angle for that line further because it was still looking a little slanted. So for the mark on her mask, I'll probably just grab it from from the texture and stuff. Alright, let's go ahead and make that the band. There we go. Well, I feel like I might end up editing it later, but this is what we have so far. I'm just going to put a mask, layer mask for the hair. I don't want to outright just erase the lines, so I will just apply a mask. And you know, I can always bring back the lines that I've masked out, just in case I move the mask around and stuff. So the line art, I suppose the cleaner the lines are, the easier it is for the final product or rendering phase. It'll be so easy. I mean, so much easier. Not have to worry about changing everything about the lines. So usually, well, at least since I've started doing the lines, I try my best to, not try my best to do a best job as I can for the lines itself. Okay. Next up, let's go ahead and make another layer for the eyes. Safe as well. And I like that they have very different facial structure, which is going to be very, very good to differentiate them. Although the stylization is somewhat similar, like they're both a little bit like that stylized Disney look with a bit of game look. Kiriko has a very interesting eye shape. And I'm just looking at the reference. Somewhat like this. Okay, let's flip. And then do the other eye. Give a bit of eyelid. Bottom lashes. Especially towards the end there. Just from observation, that's what it looked like to me. Hopefully it's gonna turn out okay, but usually I find that, I tend to paint over the eyes anyways because I usually prefer to get it as close as I can, and liner just doesn't cut it for me, but I still try to at least try to get the shape right. Although I don't always get it right. Cute little nose. Marking. Lips. Just gonna cycle through the references. Might need to drag this down a little bit. I'll remove the sketch for now and then I'll just drag it down slightly to make her chin a little bit shorter. Okay, that's done. Let me go ahead and start lining her body. So I was trying to think of an outfit, a casual outfit to put her in. But since I already drew her in like that tank top look, I was like, what else can I give her? How about a tight t-shirt? To really emphasize her bust and stuff. And one of my favorite t-shirt style is the baseball t-shirt style, so she's gonna get that. Let's add some little wrinkles. Let's add some folds here and there. Flip. All right. Let's reduce the lines real quick. Okay, that's not bad actually. Might just work out, although I am questioning how high um her hair is over here. So let me just see. I think I will reduce the height of it. Maybe to here. I press C to switch to erase mode. Press C again to bring it back to the pen mode. Alright. Well, hopefully her bust isn't too big, but I guess I'll find that out after I start start shading it. Sometimes the line art can be pretty deceiving. Like, it might look okay for now after you line it, but then after you start adding color and shading, it starts looking a little weird. She's gonna have a classic baseball tee, crop tee, and a nice pair of denim jeans. I like that look, so let's give it to her. And I haven't drawn her wearing this yet, so perfect. Let's add some line detail here. Since I'm not going to be repeating this denim design, I could probably add a little bit more detail to it. If I have to do multiple panels of this design, then I'll probably try to not put that much detail. Let's do that. Next thing I will do is probably gonna be the hand. Eh. Flip it. And I'm going to reduce the sketch even further now because sometimes it just gets in the way. Also, my hands is still as wobbly as ever. But usually I can kind of render it out and yeah, that kind of mask how wobbly it is. One. Two. Actually, maybe I can just be lazy and do this. Can I be lazy and do that? Remove the lines that are in the way. Go back to the hand and readjust that. Oh, also, you can rotate the canvas like you can do it in Photoshop. Same function, which is great. Let's go back to the body. Damn, my fingernails. So uneven. There we go. And then last but not least, I want her to be holding a popsicle. It's like a joke dialogue that I have that involves a popsicle, so. Two. Second finger. Oh, I might have to make it a little bit closer. I might make her head a little bit bigger after I finish lining the rest of her, actually. Oh, one thing I don't really quite like about this program is when you try to actually make your canvas bigger, it pixelates the lines. That's another thing. That's why I try not to change the canvas size after. But you can import this into Photoshop and up the resolution, which doesn't pixelate the lines. Very, very interesting. Very interesting. Let's do the lollipop. Looks a little bit crooked. Let's bring it over. There. This will have to do. C. Press C for erase function. I'm going to move this over a bit. I want to overlap her hand. Oops. So I'll just go to Jet, Body, Mask, and then also mask this part. Almost done. Last but not least, I have to do her ponytail. Let's go ahead and line her ponytail. And then I will give her a little hair tie. I'll do it on a separate layer so I can always go back to it. Yeah, that seems okay. Let's go with that. Next, I'll just clean up some of the lines. Basically, I'll just remove some of them. Okay, there we go. Almost there, almost there. That's it. We're done. Done with lining, that is, not with coloring. Okay. Not sure if Kiriko's head is a bit too small. Let me just give it a try by making it bigger. So good thing I have all the head layers separately, and then I'll just, oh, forgot to select something, the hair layer. There we go. Man, make Kiriko so tall compared to Jet. Although I'm not sure like what their actual height is. I could try to make Jet just a little bit taller. Let's make her a little bit taller. There we go. Click enter. After I adjust the height, I must also adjust the lines again. But that is okay because I have a layer mask and I can always change it. There we go. And then Kiriko, I must clean up her neck over here. There we go. Okay, should be good to go now. I'm gonna start adding the flats, color flats. I should keep a step folder. Another thing that I don't I have no idea how to do copy merge in Clip Studio. Copy merge is just copying everything that you see here instead of copying one single layer. The only way I know how to do it is by flattening the image to one layer and then just to undo it. Delete background. Not sure what type of background I want yet. There's a multiple ways of filling in the colors, so okay. So feel free to experiment with these. Okay, this is the sketch. I don't know if I'll need it, but I'll just put it in there. Alright, now that everything's lined, I'm going to go ahead, put this in a folder, multiply. call it lines. Underneath it, it will be the colors. So let's give it a try here. So let's see what color to make Jet's top. I do have a kind of an idea of what I want. Oh, forgot to switch to this. I guess I'll go for like a darkish color for Jet. I'm following her color palette loosely. Um, let me lock in the layer. Let's give the original color palette. What if maybe I can have it like this. Or give her that classic blue color that she's known for her top. I was just trying out a few patterns, see if I like one of them, but it's okay. For now, I'll just try to fill in the color as best as I can. And the thing I still have yet to improve is just how to fill better, because even though there's an automatic fill, it doesn't account for like the empty spacing inside the lines. It doesn't fill the area that's taken by the lines. It just fills within the line. So sometimes you'll end up with these pockets of empty colors. But it's hard to tell right now because there's no shading or contrast. After, you'll be able to see it very clearly, like what the issues are. But it's good for now, at least. Pants. Pants is an easy color because I would just simply reference her pants color. Make it a little bit darker maybe. Yes, that's the color. You'll notice that the fill tool is not 100% perfect, but that's okay because we can always fill it in manually as long as the borders are filled up. It's easy to just take a big size pen and just kind of do a once over just to be sure. Her pants done, her top done. Skin. Let's go for this color. Yes, this color. A little bit more on the beige, not beige, sorry, the yellow side. Okay, I have to do that manually. And there's gonna be some areas that you have to retouch manually. Especially for like this type of stuff. skin especially, at least for me, there's a lot of empty pockets like you see there. It's very, very subtle, but there's a lot of empty pockets where the line is at. After I do the skin, typically uh, I like to just give a basic color for their face. So Jet has pretty blue eyes. Switching to the smooth watercolor, which is the brush that I'm using currently. It's like my solid round brush for this program. I use it quite a bit. Do a quick color for the lips. A little bit for the face. Although I don't think this part really matters that much. I just like how it looks. Hand, elbow. The warmer parts of the human body, basically. Maybe the armpit too, I don't know. Around the belly button, perhaps. It's definitely a very different aesthetic than what I'm used to doing. And then we're gonna do the hair next. Next up is the hair. I'm going to actually remove the skin for now because it's gonna make filling in the hair a little bit harder if I don't. Let's go with like a grayish color for her hair for now. I might lighten it later, but it's very hard to know if you're selecting or filling in the right area with a bright color against the white background. And basically, you need to have the white background in order for this fill to work. So there's also this one, which you can make a selection. And it might fill in the area properly. It's always a gamble, really. It might work, it might not. There's settings that you can play with. Although I don't want to touch it because it's I guess it's a lot of like playing around that I'm okay with just using it in this way. Although it's like not the best. But hey, I'm okay with this amount of filling in. And then I go into the pen tool and do it manually. But at least most of the work has been done by the fill tool. There's just a few areas that you might need to touch up on. Especially these small areas where the line is not very defined. Okay. Put the skin back. And you'll kind of see what I'm talking about with like small pockets of no color. It's very subtle. Sometimes you can see it though. It's good to get rid of those once you start shading and stuff. It's gonna become a pain to fix. Although I think it's inevitable anyways, but at least we'll try to catch them early and fix most of it. Ah! Okay, there we go. Zoom out. Lock it in. Then I can brighten it. And just like that, Jet, we are good with her. Maybe I can give her pants like a little sporty strip. Not sure if I will have this. I mean, it's not that bad. What if I made this darker? Actually, this might not be too bad. Okay, after that, let's go ahead and do Kiriko. Lines. Put it in multiply. Let's go back to Jet. Up the line opacity. It's a little bit too dark for my liking. Like I would probably lower the opacity of the hair or color it a different color. Let's say make it a slightly lighter color like this. Face. Let's do this color. Hair, body. And last but not least, we have the ponytail. Yeah, it's not bad. Let's go ahead and save that once again. Go back to the body. I just want to color this slightly differently. Next up, go to Kiriko. Finally getting to Kiriko. Lower the line opacity a little bit. The reason why I do this, it makes the fill-in job a little bit easier. So, Kiriko's gonna get a cute little baseball crop top. Oh wait, here we go. Actually, that might be a little bit too dark, but I'm gonna use this color for now. And we will, after that, go in. Make sure the fill-in is good. Fill-in should be good enough. Lock it And then just trying to figure out like what kind of undertone I want the shirt to have. Like maybe a little bit of a purple tinge. Make it lighter. And then fill in the shoulders, maybe the collar part. I need to fill in some of these areas now. Since the color is a little bit darker, it's easier to fill. I mean, it's easier to see those like patches of area without color. Shirt. Let's do jeans next. Let's try with a gray pair of jeans and see how that goes. Oh yeah, I need to fix the hand part quite a bit. Let's go ahead and increase the size of our pen tool so we can fill some of these areas in very easily. Zoom in here and fill in those empty spots. And you'll also want to remove some of the area that's filled in. Alright. Next up, skin. Let's give Kiriko a slightly warmer skin tone. Oh, that might be a bit too much. I guess I'm making Jet a little paler than Kiriko. Let's go with that. It might look a little too dark right now, but once we put the background, the shading, it won't be as noticeable. When I first started switching to this type of color scheme, I was not used to how saturated the skin tone was based on the references I was using, so it was a little too saturated for my liking, but ever since I started using it, I like the result, so I keep using it. I'm gonna put the skin color on the last layer. Oh yeah, there's a lot of these empty spots as you can see right here. There's a bunch here. Probably due to the fact that my lines are very, very messy. They don't look messy when you zoom out, but zoomed in, it's pretty messy. lock that in. I'm just going to fill in her face coloring. Switch to the watercolor, water brush. Oh. Just do hair now. I'm gonna pick a nice dark green. Yes, that color. I'll just try to fill in as much of the hair as I can. Before I change to the pen tool, and then I will manually fill in some of the trickier areas. Go up here. And then this area. Fill in the gaps. I'm just going through each area real quick and just making sure everything's filled in as much as possible, especially the small areas. Then I'll do mask. Let's go ahead and use red. Let me remove the hair first. After that, we're going to do the same thing. We'll go in with the pen tool and basically double check, make sure everything's filled in and stuff. After that, actually, can I just use this? Oh. Last but not least, we have the hair tie. Remove the hair for now and pop it back. There. That should do it. Bring back the skin and everything. And oh, right, the lollipop. Oh no, the popsicle. I want it to be like a pretty color. Maybe like pink. I do like that color. Safe. Alrighty, everything is good to go. I just have to figure out what kind of background I want for them. So I ported this into Photoshop because I wanted to use their blur function and Clip Studio does not have it. So let's go ahead and use this. So I grabbed like a screen cap from, or it's like one of the official environment 3D art, part of a Valorant scene. And I will basically be using it. And of course we don't want to be like, we grab this out of that, so I'm gonna blur most of it. Oh, what happened there? Okay, I have to redo that. Hmm. Might be a bit too colorful. So I'll just play around with these settings until I like the result, more or less. Let's do this. The background is kind of cool. I do want to have a warmer background for them. Let's try a bunch of backgrounds. There's a nice couch behind them. Or I could have what about this? This is a concept art. Oh yeah, this is so much better. And then we're just going to blur that. Blur the hell out of it. Oh, too much. Ooh, yes. Something like this. We only want like a smidget of whatever's happening else in that background. Wait. Mm. So we just want to play around with it until I, yes. Okay, let's go with that. And then I'll just play around with the contrast. Let's go with that. So I'm gonna save it. Open. Oh, I have to close all the windows and then open this again. There we go. Okay, now that that's done, basically time to shade. Let's go ahead, create a new layer, and I'm going to go use the pen tool. So this is going to be my shadow. Let's see. I'm just trying to think, like, where do I want the shading to be mostly? Let's do up and down maybe. So roughly I put shadow on the parts that I think fit the lighting. And usually this is a pretty rough face. Basically I'm just trying to figure out the light source and whatnot, and do like a rough estimate. I guess I could do this. roughly on the hand. I want to see if I can change up the shading here. So we'll have both these legs kind of stand out like that. I'm going to have separate preview windows. So after I do this, I'm going to start cleaning it up with the water brush. So this is where the C shortcut comes in, because I can erase and paint at the same time as well as blend, especially with this brush. So we can have a bit of rim light or highlight within the shadow by switching between the C shortcut to erase. But since this brush is good with blending anyways, it does everything at once. So we can give this a rough light source. Down to the pants. Let's give some definition to the folds. I have to shade that pants a little bit better. Flip it to, I flip the canvas again. So I'm just also while doing this trying out different ways to shade. Let's go ahead and bring the shadow all the way here. I think maybe Kiriko's jeans might need to be darker, maybe. Darker and also with a little bit of a gradient to them. Let me see. Or maybe not. Let's go back to the shadow. Continue to test out different shadings. Oh wait, hold on, I have to go back to the color for the shadow. Let's try different shading. Blend in that shading on the face. The face might need some extra work, just because it's a bit more complex, and it requires a bit to make the face look good. I'll just do the rest of the body. The body is a bit easier to shade, I mean. I'll leave the face fussing for later. Still trying to figure out how I'm gonna shade Kiriko's stomach area. And then the t-shirt. Alright, we're getting there bit by bit. Let's add a bit of shadow there. Actually, you know what? Let's remove that. Go to the jeans. I'm just gonna grab a slightly lighter color. Let's see if it helps if I give it a bit of texture. Just scribble some lines like this, and I'll even emphasize some of the folds. Put the shadow back, and I guess it does look a little better. Yeah, I think I might reduce the bulge here a little bit after too. Back to shading, guys. Grab that. Shadow. I'm going to actually save this color right here. There. So now we have the background, the shadow color saved right here. I don't need to pick it up every time. Now for Jet. I did paint, gave Jet slightly less busty chest. Oh, grab that. See if we can make her chest a little less busty looking. I think the shading is definitely making her look more so than I had intended. Go to her arm. Oh, just have to be a bit careful here. I wanted to make their chest squish together a tiny bit, although I don't think... Oh, it's not gonna be as obvious though. Oh. Let's do it like that. I'm going to flip the canvas. Add some of the texture folds. Add a tiny bit of shading. I might have to ease up on the definition here. Then I'll just shade the yoga pants, although this part doesn't require too much because our pants is so dark. A lot of detail is not very visible. We shall try our best. Oh, go back to that. Let's zoom in here. We can add a tiny bit of rim light. shadow right there. I guess the shadow won't be very visible. Let's do the hair. Hair is not typically easy to shade in this way. I have to separately shade it later on. But we can just give it a quick rough shading. Let's have a look at Jet's face. I might make her skin tone a little bit more reddish in tone later. Also, the shadow color will be played around with after this. The first application of the shadow is a little bit dull, but that is on purpose because then you can add in some warmer tones to balance it out. And it's especially good because you'll have both cool tone and warm tone after this. Actually, the brush that I like to use for the hair is... where is it? Oh. Oh no. It totally didn't save. Huh? Huh. Oh, that's weird. I remember I added it. What's this? This is a brush I downloaded off of the assets store that they have built in into this program. So this is like a hair type brush. I guess it works a little bit better. Works a little better after. It's looking a little bit crazy. Let's try this one. This is a new one. Ooh. Again, this is from the asset store. I did not make. Why is it so weird? What about this? Okay. Ah! Okay. Let's go back to this then. I mean, it looks a little messy, but I wonder why it's doing that. I guess I could use this. But yeah, these two brushes I downloaded off the asset store. It's made by other artists, and I was just trying it out. It kind of does give a bit of hair texture. For some reason, it's not working as well as the last time that I was using it. Not sure why. So these are a bunch of brushes that I downloaded off the store. Ooh, that is so weird. Sometimes some of the brushes that I bring in from the asset store disappear. Maybe that's not the hairbrush. Alright, I re-downloaded the brush that I was talking to you guys about. It's the hairbrush. I just found it by Googling, I mean, not Googling, but I searched hairbrushes on the asset store, and that was one. And it's not that expensive to download. It's the currency that's used to exchange for it is like a Clip Studio uh currency, which you get by subscribing for like a month. You get like 1,200 by subscribing for 1 month, which is like $5, I think. So it's not too bad. As you can see, this brush is definitely a lot better for hair, so we can use it. But I don't think it's too good in terms of blending. It's good for texture though, very nice. Let's switch back to, I'm gonna bring this up. I'll just smooth it out with the normal watercolor brush and blend the hair in as much as I can. I'm just also looking at her facial features. Let's add some rim light. And adding some slight facial shading, but not too much. Okay, I think Jet is pretty much done for the first phase of shading. Could use a bit more shading on her abs. I'm not a big fan of how I shaded this part. I can try to see what I can do here. Add a bit of rim light maybe. Add a tiny bit of shadow here. Oh, that is not it. Try different type of shading for the abs. I wasn't super into the one I had previously. Still not. Oh, gosh. How about with this? I'm just going through a few ways to shade this part. Add some slight rim light. Let's see here. Uh, let's add some more highlight here. Oh. Yeah, I mean, it's getting there. Add a couple of folds. Zoom out, flip. Okay, let's go ahead and touch up Kiriko a bit. Have been neglecting her. Oh! Oops. I forgot to make her strap like a dark color. Add some slight shading to the hair. Add a bit of shade for the nose. The shadow is a little too dark for the nose. It needs to be a warmer shadow. flip over. Okay. Let's do it like this. Give a bit more shadow to the side of the cheek. I'm basically following reference to shade Kiriko's face. Oh. There we go. Yeah, it's looking a lot better. I guess I could try to find a reference for Jet's face too. See if I can find one close to that angle. But first, let's finish shading Kiriko's hand. Then we can add a bit of rim light to it by erasing some of it. There. Flip. Let's shade Jet's face a little bit. Let's add some shading there and take away some shading on her eyes. Her face needs to be a bit rounder. I might change the structure of her face later, or just edit the line art to make her have a rounder face. Let's use a bit of the airbrush. Okay, now that that's done, there are several things that you can do to enhance the color. You can play around with the shadow, or you can go directly into the base layer with the base color and just play around with that. Maybe enhance the color by just adding more of that underneath the shadow. Kind of like this. Let's add some warmth to her hand, to the belly button, and around the ab area. On top of that, you can even play around with the tone after. It's just very flexible. This way of shading, I mean. Just add some more shading to the eyes. Let's add a bit more to her lips. Oh, might be too rosy. For the jeans, let's see how it would look if I added a tinge of blue. We'll go to tonal control, color balance. Let's add okay. That's not bad. Let's go with that, and then for the shirt, I can also test or play around with the color scheme. Merge down, so without the shading, it kind of looks like this. It looks a little bit messy, but once you have the shading on top, it looks a lot better. We can flip, go to the shirt, same concept. You can also add additional tones to basically enhance it. Maybe we can try. Enhance as well as you can do basically add a very plain a very plain shading to it. So we'll just basically contour the borders more or less. So very subtle shading. Let's go ahead and bring that back. Okay. Well, I think this part's a bit too dark. change the shading a little bit. Go back to the shadow color. Let's try this shading placement. Okay, I think that's it. Yeah, definitely a lot better. Sometimes you just have to try a bunch of shading. Try a bunch of placement for the shadow. Now it's time to shade up her fingers. There we go. Zoom out. Let's try to add a bit of shadow for the hips. Alright. Yeah, definitely need to reduce this part right here. Going to her lines and correct it. I need to do this. Transform mesh oh, hold on. Mesh form transformation is the same as warp tool, except it's not as good because, oh jeez, there's a limited amount of dots for you to play around with, but it's better than nothing. There. So Kiriko, we got done. Let's go back to Jet. She looks like she needs some color on her skin. Let's head to Jet, skin, open a new layer, clip it down. Gonna use the airbrush tool, and we're just going to give Jet skin a bit of that warmth. Let's use this color. I will focus this color especially towards the shadow color. And on the face, so I'll just look at the reference. following her facial structure. I might lower her eyebrows actually to fit the reference here. So let's go ahead and find the eyebrows. Let's lower it a little bit. Go back to the colors. Add a bit more of the red on her lips. Go back to the eyes. I think, yeah, this one is a little bit closer. Okay. Let's grab the watercolor. Enhancing her eye shape a little bit and trying to make it closer to the reference, basically. Let's give some lashes. Her eyebrows are a little more straight. Let's go back to the shadow. Wait, what? Okay, it's part of this. Yep, looks better. Let's go back to the airbrush and continue to airbrush her skin with warmth, warm color, warm tone. Go back to this shadow. Grab that shadow color again. It's almost good. Kind of want to move things around a little bit after this. But this will have to do for now, so here we have it. Somewhat shaded. Then we're gonna create a new layer, another multiply layer. I'll use the airbrush this time. I'm just gonna go around really enhancing some of the shadow areas. Grab this. Let's go back to this color. Second layer of shadow, focusing on more of the area that's already in shadow, but we're just enhancing it pretty much. Really gonna enhance those already shaded areas. Tackling some of the area where their bodies are moving and overlapping. Actually, I wanna see if I can change this. Do a little before and after. Let's go back to Kiriko. Let's add a bit more shading to her hair. Add a tiny bit underneath her nose. Underneath her lips. don't want to add too much shading to her face, so I'll just keep it fairly soft looking and stuff. After that, create a new layer. This is gonna be the opposite. Highlight layer. So we're just gonna add or intensify some of the area that's already highlighted. But you know, could always use more. Might need to be a bit more careful here. This might not be the right color for the jean, her jean. Yeah, it's washing it out a little bit too much. We'll just do the shading for now. I mean, we can experiment with different color. I guess I'll just keep it subtle for now. Okay, so this would be the base for the shading and stuff. Let's go back to the initial shadow layer and use an airbrush. And basically, let's grab the initial color, drag it down slightly. I'll just intensify the edge of the shadow. Go back to this one. Then I'll make another layer. Let's use this color. Overlay. This helps set the scene a bit. So we'll just do this. Let's go back to KirikoX chain. And Jet's leg. I just want this leg to be standing out a bit more. Let's use multiply again. And let's grab this color. Let's say this is a bit of shadow from Kiriko on Jet. And see how that plays out. Basically, I want to enhance Jet's silhouette And I'm using that shadow from Kiriko as an excuse. Might need to darken that area a bit. Next up, the background. Hmm. I think maybe dark, if the background was darker, it might look better. Yeah. Now that we have everything done, so these are all the modifiers. As you can see. So just copy everything, close them. I mean, remove, unview them, because we're going to apply it to each of the layers now. Alright, so I just selected them all and clicked this, which is clipping to the layer below, and then I will just copy the layers again, and once I copy it, it's going to retain the clipping function. So now that I have done that, I will merge each of the layers, each of the effects, apply it to all the layers, including the line art. So I think this is a little bit slow. It's similar to what I do in Photoshop. It's a little bit different. Sadly, I don't know how to merge it all at once onto the layer. So that's why we're going one by one. Two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3. Oh, whoopsies. Okay, here we go. Also, there is a slight lag to this. So I can't merge down fast. I wish I could, but cannot, sadly. So now that everything's merged down for Kiriko, you can now start to render it out a bit more if you wish, or you can just leave it as it is. At least we got the base down. Next up, next top. Merge the skin down and then there we go. I'm going to lower the opacity for the lines first, and then we'll just go through each of them. But before that, let's go ahead and grab the face. So now that I've did the rough shading and stuff, so let's start off with this whole face part. So I'll just copy. hide it in the lines, apply it to the skin, clip it to the skin, make another layer, clip that to the skin. And basically we will be reworking the face now. But before that, let's get like let's go ahead and get a better look at Jet's face. Let's start off with the airbrush. Create a layer underneath it. I'm basing this off of this right here. Go to this, and then I'm going to kind of erase the nose guide. Also, I might have to do that to the face as well, so let's go ahead and kind of almost remove the jawline. And we're going to rework it. Make her face transition a little bit smoother and rounder. Based off of the reference. Actually, this is probably a better reference. Grab that there. Yeah, this is a good angle for her face. Grab. And we're just gonna reference. Let's just bring it right next to her face. So we'll just, it's rough. Let's do a rough shading with the airbrush for now. And then add some of that eyeshadow that I see. Soften her face. Change up shading of her brow bone and stuff and get it need to, you know, give her less, what's it called, brow bone. But she does have a little bit of it, so basing it off of that reference right there. Following the structure. Might need to move her nose bridge down a tad. I mean, make it a little bit smaller and lower. And as the transition gets softer, I do it like something like that. Go here. Let's take the watercolor brush. follow the structure for her eyes. Yeah, something like this, I think. Let's see if I can get away. I know she doesn't have like, she doesn't really have a prominent double eyelid, so I'm just gonna give her one that's super close to her water, to her highlighter and stuff. Let's grab the eyes, rotate it further. See if I can enhance that her slanted eyes. Yeah, the face is definitely a lot better from when I first had it. Grab the shadow. Oh, yeah, that looks about right. Use the airbrush so I can add some warmth to her ears. Some warmth to her hands. Grab this. Change the the tone. Mm, let's look at the preview a bit more. I'm going to select a dark warm tone and we'll just have it underneath that eyebrow there. And maybe we can add some highlight on her lid. It's not quite right. Let's play around with the thickness of her eyeliner. Also want to move her eyebrows a bit. Yes, with a little bit of personality. Totally forgot about this tool. It's very similar to smudge tool. Although it's pretty strong. I guess we can lower the strength a little bit. Let's merge it down so we can play around with. Okay, yeah, that's much better. I think I can enhance her eyes more after this, but that's a good step to her face. I mean, good step. Good step. Alright guys, so we're gonna go ahead and work on Kiriko now. So, same steps. I'm gonna have a layer underneath the lines and then one on top. Actually, probably just one underneath, and that should be it. So first with the water brush, I'm going to closely observe the reference and basically make changes and try to get it as close as I can to the reference. Then on the layer underneath, we'll just make some changes, such as changes in the skin tone, stuff like that. Since the reference I'm using is from the cinematic, you'll notice that the color I'm using is pretty warm in tone. Most of the scenes from that cinematic is quite very yellow/orange in tone. So that is the reason for this right here. I'm going to line her lips. Could use a bit more shadow. Grab this. Slowly but surely, I'm actually using the airbrush for this part. Surprisingly, the airbrush is probably the closest I'm getting to my workflow in Photoshop. Tiny bit darker for the nostrils. Get those dark eyebrows. Kind of want to give them a bit more personality, so what I'll do is Let's make the eyebrows dark on the eyes layer with the line art for the eyes, and then I'll be able to kind of play around with the flow of the eyes and stuff. So what I'll do after I make the eyebrows a solid shape, I'm gonna use this. Oh, yeah, this brush is tricky. Oh, jeez. Once you kind of move one part, it just stays like that. There's literally no flexibility. Okay, so we'll just try our best, I guess. This is not what I have in mind. Okay, I guess we'll just do it like that then. Go back to the airbrush. I'll continue this shading. Okay. Let me go ahead and use the watercolor once again. Fill in the eyes. Make the pupils. Add a slight bit of highlight. Grab a cooler tone towards the opposite end, and then last but not least, we get a nice bright dot right there. There we go. Change the angle. Make her have more of a seductive look, I guess. Go back to the watercolor brush. I'll try to sort of blend the lines in a bit. Let's see if I can actually add a bit of open mouth. Probably not. Let's just go with this. Actually, I actually quite like how it's looking. Now you can see the result of having empty patches of color right here. I'll just unlock the skin and fill that in. To the other side. Merge everything down. Before, after. Definitely a lot better. We'll just merge everything down now. Create a new layer, clip it down. Use the airbrush. We're gonna use the airbrush to give the hand just a little bit more shading. We'll just use a slightly smaller brush. To get the edges and stuff, and then after, give the nail a little bit of shine, just to, you know, separate them from the fleshy texture. After that, merge down, and then comes the fun part. Select the area that's bright already. Enhance them now. And then merge down. Same with the rest of her basically. Merge down. Make sure your layer is locked. I'm gonna go back to the airbrush. Next up, working on Kiriko's lines. Body, make sure it's locked in so that we can color the lines a different shade. Go to the hand. Ponytail. Let's use a green color for it. Green color. Go to the other hair layer. The mask. Oh, I totally forgot about. First, I have to set this to through, and then where is the mask? I have to change this. Lower the saturation and the luminosity. Now that fits a lot better. Okay. After playing around with the lines, it's less intense basically. This will work a lot better. Next up is the t-shirt. So let's go ahead and do this. Use the lasso tool. We'll just go through each of the parts of her and either enhance the color or actually, yes, always just enhancing the color basically. And trying our best to clean up at the same time. I'll just go through the rest of the shirt now. Might be a bit too emphasized. I'm trying to not have too much shading around this area, or at least not emphasizing that cleavage line, man. Might need to be a little bit closer. Closer and less exaggerated. I'll just fix the shading down here. Merge down now. Now, we're gonna do the same to the white part of the shirt. or at least mostly, and then we'll just kind of intensify it intensify until I'm satisfied with the result. Let's test it out with this much contrast. Go back to the watercolor. It's a little bit, needs some work here. Needs a lot of work. Let's see if I can add some wrinkles, folds. Let's use this. Let's try using that and bring it like that. Still need to fix the shading here. I'm just not exactly happy with how this area looks. Let's use the airbrush real quick, see if we can do something about it. Let's continue to refine and blend together, at least this part right here. Go back to the watercolor brush and then let's enhance certain shadow area. Now that that's done, we'll do a little before and after, and see if I can add some last minute folds to the clothing. Let's clean this area up and then use another layer, airbrush. Let's do color. Switching up the color slightly. Tone it down a bit. Let's aim to do this towards the top portion. I guess it doesn't work as well as I'd hope. Let's do it like this. And last but not least, we'll do it one more time. Oh gosh. Let's go with this. Bring up the intensity. Especially on the red part of the shirt. Alright, I think that should be good for the shirt for now. And then we can move on to the other part of her skin. Create a new layer, constraint down. Basically, we'll just sort of also enhance the color of her skin tone. Grab a bit of that blue color. Let's refine her waist. Oh. Take a bit of this. We'll try to see if we can warm up the skin tone once again towards the ab area. Add some shadow near the belly button. Wonder if the ab might be a bit too prominent. Let's do it like this. Merge down. I enhance the colors. I'm going to bring a bit of dull purple in there to contrast with the warm tone that I just got out of adjusting there. So this is a color palette I see quite a bit in more stylized cartoon renders, like in 3D, like Disney, Overwatch, that type of stylized render. This is one of the warmer palettes that I've seen, and since that's the style I'm aiming for these days, I've been trying to do this color palette more often. That was a bit too much ab definition. So I'm playing around with um, the intensity for this part. Actually, I'm going to clip this down and work on the jeans since they are kind of related and one dictates the shading for the other. So let's go ahead and see if we can match that jean shading to her waist shading. Get a few of that wrinkles in for the jeans. Let's get some of that hip definition going on. Go back to the airbrush. Airbrush is good to just ease into it, and the blending style is a bit softer. Let's see if we add a bit of Remlight towards the edge of the jeans. I think that looks a little better. And then I just have to figure out the rest of it. or figure out how to render it out and not have it look overly airbrushed, because right now it's giving me that. Probably can't do that. Let's go with this for now. Merge down for now, and then we'll do the enhancement trick. Let's flip. Let's move on to Jet. Now that we worked on Kiriko a little bit, also I went ahead and did a bit of rework on her jeans and really tried to give it that denim texture to it. It's just a little bit more texture, well, a lot of brush strokes and all that. And I kind of like how it looks compared to how it was before. So we're just going to roll with this version for now. I mean, I might decide later on to change it. Hopefully I won't have to. We will have to see. I really want to get like a nice hip emphasis. Um, I might grab a texture later as well, see if that might help with the overall feel of her jeans. Let's give it a try, I guess. Let's use this picture right here, and we'll just grab the most important part. I mean, it might not work, or it might. So hopefully it's not gonna look out of place. Let's go ahead and try to incorporate this. With Clip Studio, the incorporation of textures is a bit different compared to Photoshop. Because it doesn't have a powerful warping tool, we're gonna use this function right here, liquify. The liquify is also requires a bit more testing on my part. Oh. Also, you cannot mesh transform, which is what we want if you already have a transformation on. So we have to select it. So basically, I will try to. Oh wait, hold on. Overassembly, hard edges. I'm trying to get this to process a little faster, but the preview does not happen very fast. Oh yeah, that definitely looks a lot better now that I have the texture going. So we'll just lower that texture, go into liquify, and let me lower the strength so I can try to gradually drag the seam over. This needs to go all the way up. Yeah, this texture's definitely working out for this. Clip it down, and then we can test out different function, but most likely I'll probably go overlay or something. Overlay, and just try my best to further, oh jeez, warp this, although it's looking a little stretched in certain areas. Let's try normal, back to normal. Maybe soft light. I guess overlay. Create a new layer. I can try to do some scribbling for that ripped jean look. This might help sell that denim look a bit better. Let's bring this lower. I mean, I think it looks better than before, so that was an interesting experience. I guess I'll just have to play around with the liquify tool. Alright, so now finally going back to Jet and seeing what we can do for her. First thing I want to try to do, oh, whoops, is let's try to give her top a bit more interest. So for the darker material of her outfit, let's give it some shine so that it'll look like her top has two different textures, which is always, I like to have a variation in texture for characters' outfits before, at least when I used to do more pin-up-y stuff, that was all about the details back then. With comics, you have to draw multiple panels, therefore the outfit gets a bit more simplified. So we'll just give it a bit of shine to make it look more interesting to the eyes. We can play around with the intensity somewhat. Go back to the lower part of the outfit now. I want to do a little squish rendering. I'm not sure if I can get that through though. Let's add some wrinkles. I'm going to test out a slight different rendering similar to KirikoX's side. So we're gonna have highlight towards this side and then shadow towards this side. Bring this highlight right here, we're gonna bring it down. Something like that. I think that actually looks a little better. I still need to work on the shading since there's still a bit of things to work through. Smooth that side out. Let's bring the highlight all the way through. Might have to edit the lines a little after because my shading does not match the lines right now. Let's go take the liquify tool. I've totally forgot about this. And we can sort of play around with the shading a bit after. So this is kind of like a really tight sports bra look for Jet. Drag this over here. Go back to our watercolor brush. I have to say, having to work with new tools has been pretty fun. Not sure if you guys feel the same way, but if you've used the same program for many years, I guess I got a little tired of that. But I'm happy to be able to finally test, or at least I finally managed to do so. Sometimes you get so used to with one art program, you just forget there's other ones. And sometimes trying a different program might help you improve as well, I find, because then it kind of forces you to try new things and then you might find better ways of doing things or a better technique, or you get more motivated again, or you become motivated once again. Like, it stimulates your brain, you know? Okay. I kind of like the way I shade her top better, so I'm just gonna grab the bright portion and basically intensify the colors. After that's done, we'll just go ahead and somewhat blend it in. And then I'm going to go back into that area. And we'll just render it out somewhat, merge down, and then we'll move on to the pants. which I'm excited for because I do not like how this looks and I wanna improve it. So, shall we start? First, I will pretty much revamp the whole look by switching up the rendering a bit. And this new rendering I got just by getting a reference for it. And immediately it's already looking a lot better. Basically, I just Googled gym selfie and then I pick a reference I like. So, I mean, I'm just so happy with this program because like the blending capacity for it is crazy good compared to Photoshop. If this was Photoshop, I probably would need to use the lasso tool and the airbrush like quite a bit to be able to get the same result. But with this, I can just kind of render it out in like seconds. That's because I'm already sort of used to rendering tight pants, so I sort of know already the placement for the shadow and stuff. It um, might take you a little bit longer if you're just starting out. But haven't had used Photoshop in this program, I can definitely make the comparison. This program is better at blending for sure. Let's test out by doing this. So I took away some of that really dark shadow around this side just to test out how that will look. Oftentimes, I'll have to kind of do this. I don't want to give her a camel toe because that would probably not be safe to post afterwards. But I could definitely. So much things that I cannot do if I want to be able to not get shadow banned. So now that that's done, I can merge down and then I want to emphasize especially the area that's much brighter now, and I will just somewhat intensify that area. Adjust the lighting for it. After that's done, we go back and somewhat blend it in. That's kind of been my thing lately. Merge down once again. Let's put a little mock shadow right here. Okay, next up is her abs. So we'll work on it a bit more because this is definitely not it. Definitely needs more refinement and just also some corrections too. So once again, I will basically do a few variations in the rendering and go with the one that I think looks the best. I definitely um needed to match the her top shading for the rib cage part. Why does it feel like the pants is a bit too low? I can try to see if bringing up her crotch will look better. Maybe bring it up a bit more and really match that curvature for her stomach. And I'll just erase the top portion. And of course I must remove, or I can just use the white color and just fill it in for the lines for now. So we won't have to deal with the lines, and we can edit it and try to see if we can improve this area. So I will try to follow the curvature. Let's also bring up the curvature for the hips. So we're gonna emphasize the hips to match the stomach rendering. Her waist rendering, I mean. Yes, I think this looks better, actually. I would like to position one of the legs over the other a bit more. And then I want to try to let's make a layer mask. Reduce the thickness and really curve her legs this way. So Jet does have a more slim build. Even in my first pin-up of her, just wanna try to see if I just switch up her curves a bit. If this might help, maybe. Let's merge down. And then I'm going to use liquify. So it's obviously gonna be outside of the lines. So I might just have to redo the lines a little later, but that's okay. bring this leg in. Oh, it is a little bit laggy. I think with this I'll be able to enhance her slim figure and make her figure curvy at the same time. As for her skin, we'll merge it down and also gonna play around with her waist too. There'll be a lot of changes in the lines after this. Go back to the pants. Liquify appropriately. Go back to the pants again. We'll just make it that big. And then I'm going to just bring it in slightly. Let's go to the skin now. Yeah, this definitely looks better, I think. Bring the crotch up. So I'll just try to render it out as much as I can, and then we'll go back to the lines and redo them. Bring down the side. Let's go to the skin. Oh, whoops, I totally forgot to lock the layer. Let's ease her abs in somehow. Let's grab this. Oh, copy paste. enhance the lighting slightly. Let's go back. Basically, still trying new things. Also looking at the small preview. Let's switch back to the airbrush for a slightly softer style of rendering slash testing out. Yeah, let's go with that. Let's merge down. Go to free transformation. So the default transformation tool in Clip Studio is a locked ratio one. So in order for me to just stretch one side, we have to go into free transformation. Alright, so now that I think I'm done with the correction, next up is basically we're just going to try to match the lines back up to the shading basically. First, I'll just use this tool. Okay, I guess for those areas, I'll simply just reline them. Let's see if I can just rotate this. Or get it as close as I can to the original. And then go into warp. And warp it to the outline. I guess this is not the most time efficient way of doing it. Could probably just simply reline it. It's just sometimes you just, I guess you just want to reuse everything. Let's go here. Reapply that area. Go back to the, actually before that, clean this up. I think that should do it. Create a new layer for the yoga pants and just try to do some soft style shading. Bring the highlight up. it's washing it out a little. Let me merge down and then basically darken the pants. Okay. I want to kind of play around with her her proportions. I guess I'll do it later. For now, this is good enough. It's a good start. I think I might have to rework the pants though. Something like that. We'll just bring this leg into the shadow more. Oops. Okay, I think I like this better. This rendering. Merge down. I don't know if I like having the seam there though. I want to bring this line up. Let's do a bit of work on their hair briefly before I end this voiceover. So for the hair, I have yet to develop like a proper technique for it or sort of get really used to it, but I mentioned before that I was using a custom hairbrush that I got off the asset store. So we're just going to play around with that. create a new layer for this process, and we'll just kind of go through it with this brush in particular and try our best to render it out basically. Let's grab a bit of that warmer tone and we're going to use it as some sort of buffer inside the shaded part of her hair to give the whole color scheme a bit more balance. We're going to have some cool tones and warm tones to balance it out. That is usually what I try to aim for, and typically that does make the piece look better most of the time. Just going with the shadow. And we'll just render out her hair like this. You know, this brush reminds me of a brush I used to use quite a bit when I first started out using Photoshop. It was a similar brush. It had similar like bristle-like texture, except for the fact that it doesn't have that much pen pressure, and also it doesn't blend as well. But it does remind me of that brush, which is kind of cool. Oops. I need to go here and fill that in. As you can see, this brush is pretty good. I like it, at least. It's not super textured, or is it super smooth looking, so it's perfect for hair. So later on I might go back to the asset store and see what other brushes I can find in there and basically test it out. I should also probably learn how to make custom brushes. I still haven't looked into it yet. Let's add a bit of shadow there. And then after that, go into the lines, hair, and we will work on the hair part. Okay. I need to fix some of these areas where, we have the skin. Actually, no, I have to remove some of this. Oh. I should do it bit by bit. Okay, there we go. And then let's go into the face part and lighten up the lines for her ears. Going to the hair lines, brighten the lines for the hair. I think that is looking a lot better, and then we'll continue with the hairbrush. Make the brush a little bigger so that I can add some sort of shine to them. Let's lower the opacity, merge down, and then we're gonna start by adding some more shadow. Let's go ahead and darken those areas, and then after I darken them, we'll go back in with the hairbrush and basically paint a bit more. I'll just slowly blend this out. Grab a bit of that, enhance certain areas with a much brighter color. Let's grab some of that color. Let's grab some of that. Let's add some shadow towards the top portion of her hair next. Lower the opacity, merge down once again, and then we'll do the opposite. So just select this area. I'm gonna select that part, and then we'll do the opposite basically. I should also try to add a tinge of warmth to it before I do that. There we go. After that, let's use this, which is the blur function or blend. It's their version. I think it's the equivalent of smudge tool in Photoshop. I'm just comparing like similar tools based on my experience. Let's go ahead, grab the hairbrush, and we'll do a bit of rendering. try to blend this part. I think that should do it. Yes, much better. All right, let's merge down. And basically, I'll just stack this type of rendering a few times until the hair is at a point where I'm happy with. Lock it in. Let's go create a new layer. Use the airbrush once again. We'll just softly add some general highlight to it using the airbrush tool. Let's lower the opacity. I just want to have a bit of that subtle airbrush look, not too much. Yes, something like that. Now merge down when everything is a-okay. Let's go to the face. Let's grab a bit of that shading. Let's go ahead and enhance that face. Create a new layer on top of the body layer, and then we'll do the same. Go back to this. Let's add. Let's give Jet a tiny bit of blush. Let's give a tiny dot. Let's lower the opacity. Merge down. Actually, let's do it like this. Let's go ahead and take a bit of the rosy color and put it on her nose and throughout her face. Before and after. Let's merge down now. Alright. I think that should do it for the hair. Okay, let's flip over. Okay, yep, Jet is looking better. Let's go move on to Kiriko, especially for her hair. Similar to what we did with Jet, I'll just use the hairbrush. Slowly but surely, I will render it out. Also, I'm going to pop back on the screenshot for Kiriko, get some of that reference going. Let's grab that. Let's grab a bit of the rim light. Let's grab the highlight, put it against the ponytail like so to create some shine towards the top part. Let's grab this color right here and bring it down into the tips of her hair, and we'll just sort of try to blend that. Let's grab I think that should do it, and then I have to bring back some of that shadow underneath her mask on her hair. Just do a little before and after just to see, if it's going well or not. Let's merge down. I'm going to actually Mm, actually, hold on. Delete. Let's go ahead and merge down. I'm going to sort of paint outside the lines here. Let's grab a bit of this. I'll just give some extra detail to the silhouette. Let me lock it. Let me slightly lower that saturation for her hair. I finally grabbed the thing, the motif from her concept art. And I'll just try to warp it to her mask. That should do it. Alright guys, so that's basically it for this voiceover. And hopefully I find other ways of making my process easier slash improving the look, the visuals of it.